Hey there, folks. Welcome to our cozy nook of tales and adventures. Today, like every episode, we're unlocking the doors of imagination to explore new worlds, meet fascinating characters, and experience unique emotions. I promise to take you on an unforgettable journey through the power of words. So, get comfy, grab your favorite drink, snuggle into that perfect spot, and get ready to lose yourself in a new story. Leave the outside world behind for a while and dive with me into the depths of storytelling. If you enjoy our content and want to support the channel, consider hitting that subscribe button and giving the video a thumbs up. Now, without further ado, let's dive into today's story. The plainlands of silence stretched endlessly beneath a sky painted in watercolor hues of amber and violet as dusk approached. Wind whispered secrets through the tall, golden grass that swayed like an ocean of gilded waves. A solitary figure moved through this sea of silence, his tattered gray robes billowing behind him, a broken staff clutched in gnarled fingers. His silver-white beard, once neatly trimmed, now grew wild and unkempt around a face lined with confusion rather than wisdom. He remembered nothing but fragments, shattered glimpses of a life that seemed more dream than memory. He knew his hands possessed power, though he could not recall how to wield it. Sometimes, when the moon hung full and heavy in the night sky, visions of towering mountains and ancient forests would flood his mind, accompanied by faces he should know, but could not name. The only constant was a sense of overwhelming responsibility, a burden whose nature remained as mysterious as his own identity. The villagers of Aradel called him simply the Wanderer, a name as empty as his past. They had found him collapsed at the edge of their modest settlement 3 moons ago, clutching the broken staff and murmuring words in languages none recognized. Compassion had moved them to offer shelter, and gratitude had compelled him to stay, trading simple conjuring tricks, the only magic that seemed to remain at his fingertips, for bread and a corner by the hearth in the village tavern. Tonight, however, as he approached the weathered wooden structures of Aradel, something was different. An unnatural stillness hung over the village, the usual evening sounds of conversation and livestock conspicuously absent. Master Wanderer. A young voice broke the silence as Lyra, the village healer's daughter, rushed to meet him at the outskirts. Her copper hair caught the dying sunlight like a crown of fire, but her face was drawn with fear. You must not enter the village tonight. Strange travelers arrived shortly after midday, asking about a man of your description, the Wanderer's bushy eyebrows knitted together. Travelers? Seeking me? Not travelers, she corrected, her voice dropping to a whisper. Hunters. They wear robes of shadow, and their eyes, she shuddered. Their eyes burn like embers. Father says they're not natural beings, as if summoned by her words. A distant scream pierced the evening calm, followed by the orange glow of flames rising from the village center. Without conscious thought, the Wanderer found himself running toward the disturbance, his aged body moving with a vigor that surprised even him. Lyra called after him, but her words were lost to the wind and his own pounding heartbeat. At the village square, chaos reigned. 3 figures cloaked in flowing darkness moved with unnatural speed through the panicked villagers. Where they touched, small flames of midnight blue ignited, and those afflicted began to scream, clutching their heads as though something precious was being ripped from their minds. Memory devourers, the Wanderer whispered, the name rising unbidden from the depths of his fractured knowledge. Understanding flooded him. Though its source remained hidden, these creatures fed on memories, leaving their victims hollow shells of confusion. One of the shadowy figures turned, sensing his presence. Beneath its hood, eyes of molten gold fixed upon him with hungry recognition. Mithrander, it hissed, the name striking the Wanderer like a physical blow. At last, The creature lunged toward him, fingers elongating into spectral claws that reached for his temples. Acting on instinct rather than knowledge, the wanderer raised his broken staff. A surge of power, wild and untamed, erupted from the splintered wood, blasting the creature backward in a shower of sapphire sparks. The other devourers abandoned their victims, turning as one toward this new, more promising feast. The wanderer's mind raced. He could not fight all three, not in his weakened, confused state. Escape was the only option. "Lyra," he called, spotting the young woman crouched behind a water barrel. "To me, quickly." As she darted to his side, he swept his staff in a wide arc, creating a blinding flash that momentarily disoriented the creatures. In that brief respite, he grasped Lyra's hand and fled toward the eastern edge of the village, toward the ancient forest that had always filled him with both dread and longing from a distance. "Why do they hunt you?" Lyra gasped as they ran through the tall grass, the angry shrieks of the memory devourers fading behind them. "I know not," the wanderer admitted, "but that creature, it called me by a name." "Mithrander, is that who you are?" He shook his head. "Perhaps once. But now," he gazed down at his weathered hands. "Now I am but fragments of someone who possessed great knowledge. And perhaps great power." They traveled through the night, the wanderer drawing on reserves of stamina that belied his apparent age. By dawn, they had reached the eaves of the shadow-deep forest, its ancient trees standing like sentinels at the edge of the known world. Few from Eredel ever ventured beneath its dense canopy, where legends spoke of spirits and creatures from the dawn of time. As they paused to rest, Lyra studied her companion with newfound intensity. "I've always seen something in you, alight, dormant, but not extinguished. Those creatures want what remains of your memories, but I think," she hesitated, "I think that perhaps your memories are not simply lost, but hidden. Protected." The wanderer's gaze sharpened. "What do you mean?" "I have a gift," she explained, touching her temple lightly. "Father calls it the sight of unwritten tales. I can sometimes see the threads of destiny woven around people, possibilities and paths not yet taken. Yours are unusual." Tangled and knotted, as though deliberately obscured, from within her cloak, she produced a small leather pouch. "Before we fled, I grabbed this from my father's collection." The everleaf said to reveal hidden truths when brewed under moonlight that night. Deep within the shelter of the forest's edge, they prepared the ritual. As the full moon reached its zenith, casting silver light through gaps in the ancient canopy, the wanderer drank the bitter brew of everleaf and closed his eyes. Visions came swiftly, not as the confused fragments he had grown accustomed to, but as coherent scenes of another life. He saw himself robed in brilliant white, wielding a staff of power against shadowy forces. He witnessed counsels of the wise, battles against darkness, and moments of quiet guidance offered to small beings of great courage. "Gandalf," he whispered, the name awakening further cascades of memory. "I am Gandalf," but with this realization came another, more troubling truth. These were not simply lost memories being recovered, they were memories he had deliberately sealed away through a ritual of profound magic. A ritual performed in desperation to protect a secret of terrible importance. Opening his eyes, he found Lyra watching him with concern. "I remember now, at least in part," he told her. "I am a guardian, one of the Astari sent to this world to protect it from a great darkness. But something went wrong. A ritual. Fragments of myself hidden across the realm. A branch snapped in the darkness beyond their small camp." Gandalf, for now, he could not think of himself as merely the wanderer, raised his broken staff defensively. "Your memories begin to return," came a melodious voice as a figure stepped into the moonlit clearing. "Good. We have little time." The newcomer stood tall and proud, clad in armor of silvery metal that seemed to drink in the moonlight. Long hair, the color of raven's wings, framed a face of ethereal beauty, marked by eyes of deepest emerald. The elegance of her features marked her as one of the eternal folk, those whom humans called elves. "I am Lyra of the Silverleaf Sentinels." She introduced herself with a slight bow. "I have tracked you across 3 kingdoms. Mithrander." Gandalf's confusion must have shown on his face, for she smiled gently. "You do not yet remember me." "That too was part of your design." "My design?" Gandalf echoed. 7 fragments, the elven warrior explained. 7 pieces of your essence, hidden in 7 artifacts across the realm of Erethdal. You scattered your own power and memory deliberately to prevent a terrible secret from falling into the wrong hands. The human Lyra had risen to her feet, eyes wide with wonder at the ethereal visitor. "You share my name," she observed. The elven Lyra inclined her head. "Or you share mine." "Names have power, young one, and yours has drawn you into this tale." Her attention returned to Gandalf. "The memory devourers are but servants of Archimage Vathek, who seeks what you have hidden. He believes your fragmented memory holds the key to powers beyond mortal comprehension, and does it?" Gandalf asked, suddenly uncertain. The elf's expression grew grave. "Yes. In your complete form, you possessed knowledge that could upset the balance between light and darkness. Knowledge you deemed too dangerous for anyone being to hold." Lyra the human stepped forward boldly. "Then we must find these fragments before this Vathek does." "It is not so simple," the elven warrior cautioned. "Each fragment is guarded by trials designed by Gandalf himself, tests of wisdom, courage, and sacrifice that would prove the worthiness of anyone seeking to restore him." Gandalf studied his broken staff thoughtfully. "This is one of the 7 artifacts, is it not?" "The first," the elf confirmed. "The Staff of Beginnings, meant to guide you toward the others when the time was right." Rising to his feet with newfound purpose, Gandalf felt power stirring within him, dim, but growing, like embers being gently blown to life. "Then guide it shall. Where must we go first?" The answer came not from the elven Lyra, but from the broken staff itself. It splintered and suddenly ignited with blue flame that cast no heat, illuminating ancient runes along its length that had been invisible before. "The forests of memory," Gandalf read, translating the runes instinctively. "Where dreams take form and nightmares walk beneath perpetual twilight." The Elderwood, the elven warrior breathed. 3 days' journey northwest, if we travel without rest. And so began the quest to recover Gandalf's scattered essence, a journey that would lead them through the darkest corners of Erethdal and the brightest heights of courage. At each sacred site, Gandalf would face not only external dangers but the harrowing truths of his own past. With each recovered fragment came not only increased power, but the weight of memories both glorious and terrible. The crystal caves of Luminoth yielded the diadem of thought, awakening memories of ancient councils and the true origins of the Istari. The ruins of Carith Dr concealed the Ring of Elements, restoring Gandalf's command of fire, water, earth, and air. Beneath the frozen wasteland of the northern expanse, they recovered the Mirror of Truth, which showed not reflections but the hidden nature of all who gazed upon its surface. With each artifact recovered, the memory devourers pursued them with increasing desperation. Twice, they nearly succeeded in capturing Gandalf, only to be thwarted by the combined cunning of the human Lyra and the martial prowess of her elven namesake. As his power grew, Gandalf began to understand the full scope of what he had done and why. The final artifact awaited them in the most perilous location of all, the Citadel of Stars, Vathek's own stronghold. For it was Vathek himself who guarded the Scroll of Whispers, containing the final and most crucial fragment of Gandalf's memory. It was a trap from the beginning. Gandalf realized as they stood on a cliff overlooking the twisted spires of the citadel. I entrusted the most dangerous piece of myself to my greatest enemy, knowing he would guard it more fiercely than any vault or spell I could devise, a gambit of extraordinary risk, the elven Lyra observed. And extraordinary wisdom, the human Lyra added. For what better place to hide something of true power than where power already jealously guards its treasures? The final confrontation with Archimage Vathek revealed the ultimate truth. The secret Gandalf had fragmented himself to protect was not a spell of devastating power or the location of a world-ending artifact as Vathek had believed. It was something far more dangerous, knowledge of how the barriers between worlds could be dissolved, allowing entities of unimaginable power to enter Erethdel unchecked. Vathek, in his arrogance, had already begun the ritual to extract this knowledge from the Scroll of Whispers when Gandalf and his companions breached his sanctum. Too late, the Archimage realized his error as the ritual backfired, opening not a controlled gateway, but a cascading series of rifts through which glimpses of cosmic horrors could be seen. In that moment of crisis, with reality itself threatening to unravel, Gandalf had a choice: reclaim his final fragment and be restored to his full power, or sacrifice it permanently to seal the rifts Vathek had opened. In the face of such catastrophe, the choice was clear but wrenching. Using the 6 artifacts he had already recovered, Gandalf channeled their combined power into a spell of sealing that would forever close the weakened boundaries between worlds. The price was steep. The Scroll of Whispers and its contained memories would be consumed in the process, forever lost to him. As the spell reached its crescendo, Vathek made a desperate lunge for the scroll, seeking to interrupt the ritual. The human Lyra, displaying courage that belied her humble origins, intercepted him. In the struggle that followed, both she and the Archimage were drawn toward the largest of the rifts. The elven Lyra's reflexes were inhumanly fast as she caught her human namesake's hand, pulling her back from the brink of oblivion. Vathek was not so fortunate. With a cry of rage that diminished into terror, he was drawn into the rift, his form distorting as it crossed the threshold between realities. With a final surge of power, Gandalf completed the sealing spell. The rifts closed one by one, the Scroll of Whispers disintegrating into motes of golden light that were absorbed into the fabric of reality itself, strengthening the barriers between worlds. When it was done, Gandalf stood changed, more complete than the Wanderer had been, yet still missing crucial pieces of who he once was. The memories contained in the scroll, memories of his origins, his true name, and the full extent of his purpose were forever beyond his reach. "What will you do now?" the elven Lyra asked as they departed the crumbling remains of Vathek's citadel. Gandalf looked eastward, toward lands beyond the boundaries of Erethdel. Though he could not recall what lay there, he felt a pull, a sense of duty not yet fulfilled. "There are other responsibilities awaiting me, I think," he said thoughtfully. "Other realms where darkness gathers and light must be kindled in response." The human Lyra, who had found her own courage through their journey, placed a hand on his arm. "Will you remember us when you find your true path again?" Gandalf smiled, the expression transforming his weathered face into something both ancient and youthful, wise and mischievous. Some memories, once forged in friendship and sacrifice, transcend even the most powerful magic. I may forget names and faces, but never the courage that walked beside me when all seemed lost. As dawn broke over the eastern horizon, Gandalf took up his staff, no longer broken but restored, though changed from its original form. It now bore spiraling patterns that glowed with inner fire when he channeled his power through it, a physical reminder of the journey that had remade him. "Until our paths cross again," he said in farewell, turning toward the rising sun and whatever destiny awaited beyond the boundaries of memory. Behind him, the two Lyras watched him go, the elven warrior who had returned to her sentinel duties, and the human healer who had discovered gifts of foresight and courage she had never known she possessed. Though neither could know it then, their paths would indeed cross with Gandalf's again, in a time when the fate of not just Erethdal but all connected realms would hang in the balance. For while memories might be lost or hidden, destiny continued its relentless weaving, drawing together the threads of lives touched by magic and purpose into a tapestry greater than any single being could comprehend. Story 2. The winter solstice-draped silverleaf forest in a peculiar stillness, its ancient trees adorned with crystalline frost that shimmered in the fading twilight. As night approached, the boundary between worlds grew thin, and magic hung in the air like suspended dewdrops, waiting to be disturbed by the right incantation or the whispered name of a forgotten power. Gandalf the Grey navigated the winding path between towering silver-barked sentinels, their branches forming a cathedral ceiling above him. He had come to the elven realm of Elendris as an emissary of peace, bearing news from the western kingdoms and seeking counsel from the elven king Ardathion. The diplomatic mission was nearly complete, but something in the forest's unusually potent magic had called to him, drawing him deeper into its heart on this most sacred of nights. His weathered hand gripped his staff more tightly as he approached the ancient stone circle, known as the Crown of Stars. 12 megalithic stones, each twice the height of a man, stood in perfect alignment with the celestial bodies. At their center rested a 13th stone, smaller than the others, but carved with runes so old that even Gandalf, with his millennia of wisdom, could only decipher fragments of their meaning. The veil thins, he murmured to himself, ice-tinged breath forming clouds before his bearded face. Something stirs beyond, as if in answer to his observation. The air within the circle began to shimmer, light bending and refracting in impossible patterns. The runes on the central stone ignited with silver-blue fire that cast no heat, their arcane geometries pulsing in rhythm with some unseen cosmic heartbeat. Gandalf approached cautiously, his keen eyes noting how starlight seemed to pool within the circle, flowing toward the central stone like water down a drain. The wizard had seen many wonders in his long existence, but the intensity of the magic manifesting before him raised the hairs on the back of his neck. "This is no natural convergence," he declared to the silent forest. Raising his staff, he began to weave a protective charm, ancient syllables rolling from his tongue like thunder. But before he could complete the incantation, the light within the circle exploded outward in a silent nova. Gandalf felt himself simultaneously pulled and pushed. His very essence stretched across dimensions as the world around him dissolved into streams of pure, unfiltered magic. When consciousness returned, he found himself standing upon ground that hummed with arcane energy. The sky above, if it could truly be called, a sky rippled with colors no mortal tongue had names for, while floating islands of earth drifted like slow-moving clouds, each supporting impossible structures that defied the laws of architecture he knew. Crystal spires grew from the undersides of hovering mountains, their tips nearly touching the tops of inverted forests, where leaves of metallic hues fluttered upward rather than down. Rivers of liquid that shimmered like liquid starlight flowed in midair, some forming perfect circles that endlessly chased their own beginnings. Ethereum, Gandalf breathed, recognizing this realm from ancient texts he had studied in the hidden libraries of Minas Tirith. The plane of pure magical essence, testing his powers, he lifted his staff and summoned a small flame to its tip. Instead of the controlled blaze he intended, a column of multicolored fire erupted skyward, transforming into a flock of bird-like creatures that scattered across the strange horizon, before fading back into the ambient magic of the realm. Your power manifests differently here. Gray Pilgrim, came a melodious voice from behind him. The rules of your world do not apply in Ethereum. Turning, Gandalf beheld a woman of striking beauty, clad in robes that seemed woven from solidified twilight. Her hair cascaded around her shoulders like a waterfall of liquid silver, and her eyes held the wisdom of countless ages. "I am Seraphina," she introduced herself with a slight inclination of her head. Once Archmage of the Celestial Conclave, now exiled to this realm between realms, "You know me," Gandalf observed, lowering his staff. A smile touched her lips. "Your coming was foretold in the crystalline prophecies centuries ago. When the voraging storm threatens to consume all, the Grey Wanderer shall cross the threshold between worlds, bearing wisdom from one realm to save another." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together. "Voraging storm?" "I came here by accident, drawn through a portal activated during the winter solstice. There are no accidents in a realm shaped by intention," Seraphina replied cryptically. "Come. There is much you must see if you are to understand your purpose here." She led him along a path that materialized beneath their feet with each step, winding through a landscape of impossible beauty and terrifying alienness. In the distance, Gandalf could see a vast, swirling disturbance in the fabric of reality, like a whirlpool of darkness shot through with veins of lightning. "The vorage," Seraphina explained, following his gaze. "A storm of uncontrolled, destructive magic that has raged for centuries, consuming everything in its path. It grows stronger with each passing day. What causes such a disturbance?" Gandalf inquired, his mind already analyzing the problem as a scholar would. "Ethereum is unraveling," she replied grimly. "This realm was created as an experiment by ancient mages from your world, a place where magic could flow freely, unbound by physical limitations. But they abandoned their creation, leaving no guiding force to maintain the delicate balance of energies. As they traveled, Gandalf witnessed the devastation wrought by the vorage. Entire floating islands had been reduced to drifting fragments, their once magnificent structures now crumbling ruins. The inhabitants of this realm, beings of crystalline flesh, sentient constructs of pure magic, and creatures that defied categorization, lived in perpetual fear, building temporary shelters that could be abandoned at a moment's notice when the vorage shifted course. Their journey took them to the last great refuge in Ethereum, the floating city of Luminaris, a massive series of interconnected crystal platforms that constantly moved to stay ahead of the vorage's destructive path. Here, amid soaring towers that channeled and redirected the ambient magic, Seraphina introduced Gandalf to others who would aid their quest. Thorn, a warrior whose skin appeared formed from living crystal, his movements accompanied by the subtle chiming of his crystalline form. His eyes, faceted like gemstones, regarded Gandalf with cautious respect. "The prophecy speaks of your wisdom," Thorn said, his voice resonating like a struck bell. "But we need more than wisdom to survive the vorage." Emrys, by contrast, appeared entirely human, deceptively so. Only his eyes, with vertical pupils like a dragon's, hinted at his true nature. A dragon metamorph, Gandalf realized aloud. "I thought your kind had vanished from all realms. In your world, perhaps," Emrys replied with a smile that revealed slightly pointed teeth. "Here, I am merely trapped in this form, my true dragon aspect, locked away by the same instability that powers the vorage." Together, they revealed to Gandalf the true nature of Ethereum's plight. The realm, created as a reservoir of pure magical energy, had begun to collapse without the guidance of its creators. The vorage was both symptom and cause, feeding on the realm's instability while simultaneously worsening it. "But why am I here?" Gandalf questioned, staring out over the edge of Luminaris toward the distant, churning storm. What can I possibly do against a force of such magnitude? Seraphina exchanged glances with the others before responding. Because the source of the voyage is you. Or rather, a version of you. The revelation struck Gandalf like a physical blow. Explain. When the ancient mages created Ethereum, they anchored it to corresponding entities in your realm. Thorn explained, his crystalline features catching the light. Great sources of magical power that could serve as pillars supporting the fabric of this world. You or the being you once were before taking mortal form were one such anchor, Seraphina continued. But while you chose wisdom over raw power in your world, your counterpart here embraced the opposite path. Vathrundir, Emrys spoke the name like a curse. The Storm Mage. He discovered that by consuming other magical anchors, he could increase his own power exponentially. The implications dawned on Gandalf with horrifying clarity. He's consuming the very foundations of this realm to fuel his own ambition, and with each anchor he destroys, the voyage grows stronger, Seraphina confirmed. If he consumes the final anchors, both Ethereum and your world will suffer catastrophic magical instability. Gandalf turned away, his mind racing through possibilities and strategies. The laws of magic operated differently here, making his familiar spells unpredictable. Yet that same difference might provide opportunities unavailable in his home realm. Can he be reasoned with? The wizard asked, though he suspected the answer. We tried, Thorn replied, a tone of bitterness in his melodious voice. Many have tried. All have failed. Then he must be confronted, Gandalf decided, turning back to face the others. And who better to challenge him than the other half of his divided self? The preparation for this confrontation consumed 7 days, or what passed for days in a realm where time flowed according to magical currents rather than the passage of celestial bodies. Gandalf learned to channel the raw magic of Ethereum, adapting his considerable knowledge to the fluid rules of this strange world. Under Seraphina's guidance, he discovered that intention and visualization carried more weight here than rigid formulas and incantations. On the eve of their journey into the heart of the voyage, Gandalf stood alone at the edge of Luminaris, watching the distant storm that contained his counterpart. The irony was not lost on him that he would travel between worlds only to confront a dark reflection of himself, a road not taken. Troubled thoughts precede troubled dreams, came Emrys's voice as the disguised dragon joined him at the precipice. I wonder if I might have become him, given different choices, Gandalf mused aloud. Emrys's dragon eyes studied him thoughtfully. We are all shaped by our decisions, wizard. The difference between greatness and tyranny often lies in a single moment of choice. And what of you? Gandalf turned the question back. A dragon choosing to aid smaller beings rather than rule them? A sad smile touched Emrys's human lips. Perhaps I am making my defining choice now. As you once did, the journey to the heart of the voyage tested them in ways none had anticipated. Reality itself became increasingly unstable as they approached the storm's center, with past, present, and future bleeding together in disorienting flashes. Phantom versions of themselves appeared and vanished, enacting possibilities that never came to pass. When they finally reached the eye of the magical tempest, they found not chaos but eerie stillness. At its center hovered a figure robed in midnight blue, his face a more angular, severe version of Gandalf's own. White blonde hair flowed around his shoulders like liquid moonlight, and eyes that burned with arcane fire regarded the intruders with cold amusement. So, Vathrundir's voice reverberated with power that made the air itself tremble. My other self has come at last. Have you arrived to witness the culmination of my ascension? I've come to end it, Gandalf replied simply, planting his staff on the uncertain ground. This realm and all who dwell within it deserve life, not destruction to fuel your ambition. Laughter like shattering crystal emanated from the storm mage. You speak of ambition as though it were a fault. Look at yourself bound to mortal form, serving lesser beings, wasting your potential on maintaining a stagnant order. I serve life in all its forms, Gandalf countered. While you serve only yourself, an enlightened selfishness, Vathrandir corrected, drifting closer. When I have ascended to godhood, I shall remake both realms in perfect harmony, with yourself as absolute ruler. Seraphina interjected, her voice laden with disgust. The storm mage's eyes flickered to her. The failed archmage speaks of failure. How appropriate. What followed was a battle unlike any Gandalf had experienced in his long existence. Magic in its purest form clashed and intertwined as the two aspects of the same cosmic being brought their full power to bear. Lightning crafted from raw possibility crashed against shields of concentrated probability. Realities were invented and discarded in moments as each sought advantage over the other. Gandalf quickly realized that direct opposition was futile. Vathrandir's power, enhanced by consumed anchors, outmatched his own. Instead, he began weaving subtler magic, guided by the wisdom that his counterpart had sacrificed for raw power. You cannot defeat me, Vathrandir crowed as a blast of energy sent Gandalf staggering backward. Here, unbridled magic reigns supreme. True, Gandalf acknowledged, a glimmer of understanding dawning in his eyes. Unbridled magic, wild and free, not bound to any master. With sudden clarity, he ceased fighting against his counterpart and instead turned his attention to the storm itself. Using techniques Seraphina had taught him, he began to harmonize with the chaotic energies of the vorage rather than opposing them. What are you doing? Alarm crept into Vathrandir's voice as he sensed the shift in strategy. Gandalf didn't answer. His concentration focused entirely on communion with the storm. Gradually, the violent energies began to respond, recognizing in him the balanced aspect of their creator, rather than the consuming force Vathrandir represented. No, the storm mage howled, redoubling his attacks. I am the master here. But mastery was precisely what the magic of Ethereum rejected. It had been created to flow freely, not to be hoarded or controlled. As Gandalf offered guidance rather than dominance, the vorage began to calm around him while intensifying around his counterpart. In seeking to control that which must remain free, you became its prisoner, Gandalf observed as Vathrandir struggled against the turning tide. In a final desperate gambit, the storm mage attempted to absorb the entirety of the vorage at once. For a moment, he blazed with power unimaginable, a being of pure magical energy transcending all limitations. Then, as inevitably as a wave must break upon the shore, the power proved too vast to contain. Vathrandir's form began to dissolve, his consciousness fragmenting as the magic he had sought to master reclaimed its freedom. In his final moments of coherence, understanding dawned in his burning eyes. We could have been gods, he whispered to Gandalf. We were meant to be guardians, Gandalf replied gently. Not gods. As Vathrandir dissolved into the ambient magic of Ethereum, the vorage gradually subsided. The destructive storm transformed into a gentle flow of energy that began to heal the realm's damaged fabric. Floating islands stabilized, and the unnatural darkness lifted from the peculiar sky. It is done, Seraphina breathed, wonder in her voice. The prophecy fulfilled, Gandalf leaned heavily on his staff, exhausted beyond measure. Not by destroying my counterpart, but by releasing what he sought to control. Sometimes the greatest victory comes not from domination, but from letting go, Emrys observed, his draconic eyes gleaming with new respect. As equilibrium returned to Ethereum, Gandalf discovered that a path home awaited him, the natural connection between realms restored by the healing of magical balance. Yet he lingered, helping Seraphina and the others establish a new council of guidance that would work in harmony with Ethereum's magic, rather than seeking to control it. When at last he stood before the shimmering portal that would return him to the forest circle on the winter solstice night, Seraphina approached with a small crystal vial containing swirling energy. A fragment of Ethereum's essence, she explained, pressing it into his palm. That both realms might remember their connection, and that you might call upon our aid should the need arise. Gandalf accepted the gift with a grateful nod. I have learned much here about the true nature of magic and of myself, as have we all, Thorn acknowledged, his crystalline features softening in the gentle light. With final farewells exchanged, Gandalf stepped through the portal, returning to the exact moment of his departure, though carrying wisdom from a journey that had transformed him in ways visible only to those with eyes to see. In the quiet forest clearing, the ancient stone circle stood silent once more, its runes dim until the next solstice would thin the veil between worlds. Gandalf tucked the crystal vial into his robes and turned toward the elven city, his diplomatic mission awaiting completion. But now, when he looked up at the night sky, he saw not just stars, but the faint, shimmering evidence of a realm beyond a realm forever changed by his presence, as he had been changed by it. Story 3, the ancient oak at the heart of Whispering Glade had stood sentinel for millennia, its gnarled branches reaching toward the twilight sky like supplicating hands. It was here that Gandalf the Grey often came to ponder the mysteries of Middle-earth, finding solace in the gentle rustle of enchanted leaves. Tonight, however, the venerable wizard sensed something different in the air, a subtle disruption in the harmonious flow of magic that permeated this sacred grove. Mist coalesced around the base of the great tree, not creeping along the ground as natural fog might, but weaving intricate patterns that shimmered with an otherworldly luminescence. Gandalf's weathered hand tightened around his staff, its crystal tip glowing in response to the arcane energies gathering before him. "I know you are there," he called, his voice carrying the weight of centuries. "Show yourself, weaver of mists." The swirling vapor congealed, forming the silhouette of a being both ancient and ageless. Neither man nor woman, yet somehow both, the entity known only as the Weaver stood before him, clothed in robes that seemed crafted from the very fabric of twilight itself. Mithrandir, the Weaver spoke, using Gandalf's elven name, their voice resonating like the distant chiming of silver bells. The threads unravel. The tapestry phrase, before Gandalf could respond, the Weaver extended a diaphanous hand. The moment their fingertips grazed his brow, reality itself seemed to shatter around him. The forest dissolved into fragments of light and shadow, whirling around him like autumn leaves caught in a tempest. When the world reassembled itself, Gandalf stood not in the tranquil Whispering Glade, but upon a windswept plateau overlooking a vast citadel of gleaming towers and golden domes in Minas, the first capital of Arnor, in the height of its glory. Yet this was impossible. The city had fallen into ruin over 3,000 years ago, long before Gandalf had walked the shores of Middle-earth in his current form. "What sorcery is this?" he whispered, though he already suspected the answer. "Not sorcery," came a voice from behind him. "Memory. Time. Truth." Turning, Gandalf beheld not the Weaver, but a tall woman clad in armor that gleamed like polished silver beneath the midday sun. Her eyes, however, held the same unfathomable depth as the mysterious entity from the grove. "I am Elindra in this age," she explained, noting his questioning gaze. "Guardian of the temporal nexus." In another time, I have been called Thorn, Mauen, Coroneth. Always the same soul, different vessels. You've brought me through time, Gandalf stated, his mind racing to comprehend the implications. But why? To witness the glory of a fallen kingdom? Elindra's expression darkened. To witness what must be preserved. Look closer, Mithrandir. Not at the city, but at what transpires within it. Following her gesture, Gandalf's enhanced vision penetrated the walls of the grand central tower. There, in a chamber lined with artifacts of immense power, he saw robed figures gathered around a circular table. Upon its surface rested 9 rings, gleaming with malevolent purpose. The forging of the 9, he breathed, recognition dawning. Given to the kings of men, who above all else desire power, yes, Elindra confirmed. A pivotal moment in the tapestry of time. One of many such moments now threatened by the unraveling. Before Gandalf could inquire further, the world around them blurred once more. The landscape shifted, colors bleeding into one another, until they were formed into a new scene, a vast battlefield where the armies of elves and men stood united against a darkness that seemed to devour the very sky. The last alliance, Gandalf murmured, witnessing the legendary battle where Isildur cut the one ring from Sauron's hand. But something is wrong, indeed. As they watched, the battle unfolded differently than the histories recorded. Instead of Isildur taking up his father's broken sword, he fell beneath the mace of the Dark Lord. The ring remained on Sauron's hand, and the armies of light were overwhelmed by shadow. This never happened, Gandalf protested, instinctively raising his staff, though he knew he could not affect these phantom memories. Not in our timeline, Elindra agreed, but the barriers between possible histories grow thin. What might have been bleeds into what was, threatening to unwrite all we know. Again and again, they traveled to the founding of Rivendell, to the fall of Moria, where Durin's Bane was awakened, to futures not yet realized, where the White Tower of Gondor crumbled beneath waves of darkness. At each juncture, Gandalf observed subtle distortions, moments where destiny seemed to waver between divergent paths. Finally, they arrived at a place beyond physical reality, a vast chamber whose walls, floor, and ceiling were formed of shimmering threads of light, interwoven in patterns of breathtaking complexity. Some threads glowed with vibrant colors, while others had faded to near transparency. A few had been severed completely, their broken ends unraveling the surrounding weave. The loom of ages, Elindra explained, her form shifting back to the ethereal presence of the weaver. Here, all possible timelines are woven into the greater tapestry of existence. Gandalf approached one of the damaged sections, where golden threads had been stained with spreading darkness. Something corrupts the pattern, he observed. Not something. Someone, the weaver gestured toward the center of the chamber, where a figure cloaked in shadow manipulated the threads with cruel precision. The Lord of Chaos, an entity as old as time itself. He feeds on disruption and paradox, gaining strength from fractured timelines, as if hearing his name, the shadowy being turned toward them. Though his face remained hidden within his hood, Gandalf felt the weight of ancient malice in his gaze. Mithrandir, the Lord of Chaos, acknowledged, his voice like the grinding of tectonic plates. I wondered when you would appear. The meddling wizard who believes himself a guardian of destiny. I make no such claims, Gandalf replied evenly, subtly gathering his power. I merely seek to protect what is good and right in all worlds. A sound like cracking ice emanated from beneath the hood. Laughter, Gandalf realized with a chill. Noble sentiments, the Lord of Chaos mocked, but ultimately futile. Do you not see? The tapestry unravels by design. Its patterns were flawed from the beginning, woven by entities too afraid of chaos to embrace true creation. With a gesture, He seized a cluster of gleaming threads, twisting them until they began to blacken and fray. In Gandalf's mind flashed visions of the corresponding reality, a peaceful valley suddenly ravaged by dragon fire, its inhabitants screaming as their world burned around them. "Stop," the wizard commanded, unleashing a blast of pure light from his staff. The energy struck the Lord of Chaos, momentarily staggering him and forcing him to release the damaged threads. But instead of counterattacking, the hooded figure merely tilted his head curiously. "Interesting," he murmured. "You possess more power here than expected. The Weaver has blessed you with temporal essence. I have prepared him to face you," the Weaver confirmed, moving to stand beside Gandalf. "As I have prepared others before him, others who failed," the Lord of Chaos reminded them. With a swift motion, he pulled back his hood, revealing not the monstrous visage Gandalf had expected, but a face of such perfect symmetry and beauty that it was almost painful to behold. "Others who joined me, in the end, the revelation struck Gandalf like a physical blow. The Lord of Chaos and the Weaver shared the same face, like mirror reflections of a single being. Two halves of the same whole," the Weaver explained, noting Gandalf's shock. "Order and chaos, preservation and destruction, neither can exist without the other, but the balance has shifted," the Lord of Chaos added. "For too long, the rigid patterns of order have dominated. The tapestry grows stagnant. It must be partially unmade to create space for new wonders." Gandalf looked between them, understanding dawning in his ancient eyes. "This is not truly a battle," he said slowly. "It is a test." Both entities nodded in unison. "The tapestry requires a new weaver," the Weaver explained. "One who understands both the necessity of pattern and the value of disruption, one who can guide the necessary destruction," the Lord of Chaos continued, "while preserving the threads of greatest worth. And you believe I am this weaver?" Gandalf asked incredulously. "We believe you might be," the Weaver corrected. "But to assume the mantle, you must make a choice." With synchronized movements, they each extended a hand toward the central portion of the great loom, where a single golden thread pulsed with extraordinary brilliance. "This is your thread, Mithrandir," the Lord of Chaos explained. "Your timeline, your deeds, your impact upon the great pattern. To save the tapestry, you must sacrifice your place within it," the Weaver added solemnly. "Choose a different path, a different death, a different legacy." Gandalf approached the gleaming thread, tracing its course through the vast tapestry. He saw how it intersected with countless others: the Fellowship, the War of the Ring, the crowning of Aragorn, the sailing of the last elven ships from the Grey Havens. If his thread changed, all these events might unfold differently, or not at all. "All your victories undone," the Lord of Chaos whispered. "All your wisdom unshared. Yet the greatest wisdom lies in knowing when to let go," the Weaver countered. Gandalf closed his eyes, weighing the immensity of the choice before him. Then, with deliberate calm, he reached toward his thread. Rather than sever it, however, he began to carefully unweave it from its current position, his fingers glowing with ancient magic as he worked. "Neither complete preservation nor total destruction," he explained as both entities watched in fascination. "There is a third path: transformation." With painstaking precision, he reintegrated his thread at a different point in the pattern, creating new intersections while preserving the most crucial connections. The tapestry shimmered, adjusting to the alteration as ripples of change spread throughout its expanse. "My death will come earlier in this new pattern," Gandalf observed calmly. "I will fall in Moria, never to return as the White, but the ring will still be destroyed," the Weaver noted, studying the adjusted timeline. "And Aragorn will still become king. Different paths to similar destinations," the Lord of Chaos acknowledged with grudging respect. Clever wizard, the tapestry began to stabilize, damaged sections mending as the new pattern asserted itself. Gandalf felt his consciousness starting to fade, his presence in this timeless realm growing tenuous. Remember, the weaver's voice echoed as Gandalf's vision dimmed. The pattern changes, but your purpose remains. Guide them, Mithrandir. Guide them to the light. As consciousness slipped away, Gandalf glimpsed one final vision, himself standing upon the bridge of Moria, facing the ancient evil of the Balrog. You shall not pass, his future self declared, staff raised in defiance against the shadow and flame. Then darkness took him, carrying him toward his new destiny in a transformed tapestry of time. Story 4. The night sky above the Tower of Ethereal Wisdom had always been a tapestry of resplendent light, a celestial canvas upon which the greatest secrets of creation were written. For centuries, Gandalf had come to this ancient spire to consult the heavens, reading destinies and forgotten lore in the patterns of starlight. But tonight, as his weathered hands gripped the cold stone of the observatory balcony, an unfamiliar darkness greeted him. "They are vanishing," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of worlds. One by one, the eternal lights dim where the brilliant blue star of Arendelle had shone for millennia. There was now only emptiness, a void that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. It was the third star to disappear this month, each absence creating a wound in the firmament that made the wizard's heart heavy with foreboding. Gandalf's long silver beard fluttered in the night breeze as he closed his eyes, reaching out with senses beyond mortal ken. The Tower of Ethereal Wisdom was one of the few places in Middle-earth where the veil between realms grew thin, where cosmic powers could be touched by those with the wisdom to do so. "Speak to me," he murmured to the stars. "Tell me what shadow threatens your light." The response came not as words, but as a sudden rush of celestial energy that illuminated the chamber with silver-blue radiance. The air before him shimmered and parted like gossamer curtains, revealing a passageway of pure starlight. At its end stood figures of impossible majesty, beings of luminous essence, whose forms seemed to shift between humanoid silhouettes and geometric patterns of light too complex for mortal minds to comprehend. Olrin, they addressed him by his most ancient name, their voices resonating directly within his mind. "The conclave of stars summons you." Without hesitation, Gandalf stepped into the pathway. The observatory, the tower, and indeed all of Middle-earth fell away as he traversed the bridge between realms. Time stretched and compressed around him until he stood in a vast amphitheater crafted from what appeared to be crystallized starlight. Above, below, and all around stretched the cosmos itself, galaxies spinning in slow, hypnotic patterns. 7 entities occupied the amphitheater, each radiating power that made even Gandalf himself, a Maya spirit clothed in mortal form, feel humbled. These were the star sovereigns, cosmic entities who had guided the heavenly bodies since the first song of creation. The balance falters, spoke Celestrian, eldest of the sovereigns, his form a cascade of diamond bright points of light arranged in the shape of an ancient king. The destiny star has fallen from its celestial path. It wanders now corrupted, consuming its brethren. A living star? Gandalf inquired, his bushy eyebrows rising in surprise. "All stars live, Time Walker," replied Astria, whose form resembled a woman woven from threads of golden light. "But the destiny star is different. It is the physical manifestation of the balance between order and chaos, light and darkness. It charts the course of all possible futures." The third sovereign, Noctum, whose body appeared as a swirling nebula of deepest blue, moved forward. The star has been tainted by an ancient darkness. It now devours other celestial bodies, growing in power with each consumption. If it continues unchecked, the cosmic order will unravel, Gandalf's mind reeled at the implications. "And you would have me find this star?" "I am but one wizard, powerful in the reckoning of Middle-earth perhaps, but surely insignificant against such a force. You underestimate yourself, as always," said Astria with what might have been affection. "You are one of the few beings who can traverse the boundaries between the mundane and divine. Moreover, your nature part celestial, part earthbound makes you uniquely suited to approach the corrupted star without being immediately consumed. We will grant you a fraction of our power," added Celestrian, extending a hand from which flowed streams of liquid starlight. "Enough to navigate the ethereal realms and confront the destiny star. But you will not journey alone," Noctum interjected, gesturing to a shadowed alcove of the amphitheater. From the darkness emerged a woman with skin the color of midnight and hair like a cascade of silver starlight. Her eyes held the depth of millennium, yet there was a wound in her aura, a fractured quality to her light. "This is Ethereal, once a high priestess of the stars," explained Astria. "She fell from grace when she attempted rituals beyond her station, seeking to commune directly with the destiny star. I sought only understanding." Ethereal's voice was melodious yet carried an edge of defiance. "I did not know the star had already begun to turn. Nevertheless, she knows more about the destiny star than any mortal being," Celestrian continued. "She will be your guide through the realms between worlds." Gandalf studied the fallen priestess carefully. There was pain in her eyes, but also determination and something else he couldn't quite place. "Together, you must find the corrupted star and restore it to its rightful path," Noctum concluded. "The future of all realms depends upon your success. The ethereal realms between worlds defy description. Islands of reality floated in seas of potentiality, connected by bridges that existed only when believed in. Forests of crystal trees grew upside down beneath floating mountains, while rivers of liquid thought flowed between them, carrying the dreams and fears of 1,000 worlds. This place responds to consciousness," Ethereal explained as she led Gandalf across a path that materialized beneath their feet with each step. "Reality here is malleable, shaped by expectation and desire." Gandalf, now clothed in robes that seemed woven from the very fabric of twilight, nodded gravely. He could feel the power granted by the star sovereigns coursing through him, transforming his staff into a rod of pure celestial energy that illuminated their path. "Then we must guard our thoughts carefully," he replied, watching as a passing fear manifested briefly as a shadow creature before he banished it with a thought. "Tell me more about the Destiny Star. How did it fall from grace?" Ethereal's expression grew troubled. "The Conclave did not tell you everything. The Destiny Star doesn't merely chart possible futures, it weaves them. It is the loom upon which fate itself is crafted." They paused at the edge of a vast chasm, across which they could see a landscape of shattered reality fragments of worlds that had once been whole, now drifting apart like cosmic flotsam. "The destruction has already begun," Ethereal whispered. The star's corruption spreads. With a gesture from his star rod, Gandalf summoned a bridge of solid light that arched across the void. As they crossed, he considered her words. "You speak as one with intimate knowledge of the star," he observed. "More than a priestess would typically possess." Ethereal's step faltered momentarily. "I told you I sought understanding. What I didn't say was how close I came to achieving it." She turned to face him, her eyes reflecting galaxies. "I touched the star's consciousness, Gandalf. For one brief moment, I was one with it, and I glimpsed the truth, which is, the Destiny Star isn't corrupted by some external force. It's evolving, changing purposefully." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together. "Changing into what?" Before she could answer, the very fabric of the ethereal realm shuddered around them. In the distance, a great darkness bloomed, not the absence of light, but a negative radiance that seemed to pull all energy toward it. "It's here," Elturil gasped. "The Destiny star approaches." The entity that manifested before them bore little resemblance to a traditional star. It was a swirling vortex of darkness shot through with veins of brilliant light, its surface churning with symbols from languages long forgotten. At its center pulsed a core of such intense energy that Gandalf could scarcely look upon it. "Stay behind me," the wizard commanded, raising his star rod defensively. But Elturil moved forward instead, her arms outstretched. "Great One," she called to the cosmic entity. "We have come as you foresaw." Gandalf's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" The fallen priestess turned back to him, her expression both sorrowful and resolute. "Playing my part in the great design." "As are you," the Destiny star pulsed, and suddenly Gandalf's mind was flooded with visions the star sovereigns in heated debate. A plan formed in secret, Elturil's disgrace orchestrated rather than earned. And at the center of it all, a cosmic truth so profound it staggered him. "The conclave is deliberately feeding the corruption," he whispered as understanding dawned. "They seek to remake the cosmic order, not all of them," Elturil corrected. "Some wish to preserve the old ways at any cost. Others recognize that evolution is necessary. The conclave is divided, and they have made us their pawns in this celestial game." The Destiny star expanded, enveloping them in its strange radiance. Within its embrace, Gandalf could see the entirety of creation, every possibility, every potential future branching outward in infinite complexity. "The star is not meant to be restored to what it was," Elturil explained, her voice echoing strangely within the cosmic entity's embrace. "It seeks a new path beyond the binary of light and darkness. It wishes to transcend the old order." Gandalf felt the truth of her words resonate within him. The star's consciousness touched his own, and he understood at last. The disappearing stars weren't being destroyed, they were being transformed, incorporated into a new cosmic paradigm that transcended the limitations of the old. "The conclave sent me to stop this," he said slowly. "To preserve their power." "Yes," Elturil confirmed. "But they also chose you because, deep down, they know you have always been a catalyst for change. Even when you served the old powers, you did so in your own way." The wizard stood in silent contemplation, the fate of countless realms hanging in the balance of his decision. Finally, he raised his star rod not in defiance, but in salute. "Then my true task is not to restore, but to guide," he declared. "Not to fight against evolution, but to ensure it occurs without destroying what deserves preservation." The Destiny star pulsed with what felt like approval. Its swirling patterns shifted, and for a moment, Gandalf glimpsed a new cosmic order, one of greater complexity and possibility, where the stark divisions between light and dark, order and chaos, dissolved into a more nuanced harmony. "It will not be easy," Elturil warned. "The conclave will consider this betrayal." Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a familiar mixture of wisdom and mischief. "I have reinterpreted my orders before," he said with a slight smile. "Besides, I serve a higher purpose than any single power. I serve the balance itself." Together, wizard and priestess stepped forward into the heart of the transforming star, becoming guides for its evolution rather than its adversaries. And in the night skies of countless worlds, including Middle-earth, watchers would observe not the destruction of stars, but their glorious reimagining, a new constellation taking shape, writing a fresh chapter in the eternal story of creation. Story 5. The crimson sun cast long shadows across the divided lands of Dracoria, where the great wall of fire had blazed for a millennium, separating the realms of humans and draconids. Neither flame nor storm had ever dimmed its magical inferno, a testament to the ancient hatred that had birthed it. On this particular evening, as twilight painted the sky in hues of amber and violet, a solitary figure approached the human settlement of Emberhold, his gray robes billowing in the evening breeze, a gnarled wooden staff clutched in his weathered hand. Gandalf the Grey had walked the paths of Middle-earth for more ages than most mortals could comprehend, yet even he felt a sense of foreboding as he gazed upon the great wall of fire in the distance. Something was amiss in the fabric of magic that bound the realms together, a dissonance in the symphony of power that had drawn him to this divided kingdom. The villagers of Emberhold regarded the old wizard with a mixture of awe and suspicion as he made his way through the dusty streets toward the smithy at the edge of town. The rhythmic clanging of hammer against metal rang out across the settlement, growing louder as Gandalf approached the forge. There he found Aldrich, a broad-shouldered man with ash-streaked arms and determination etched into his face, hammering furiously at a glowing piece of metal. The flame weakens, Gandalf observed quietly, his eyes fixed on the forge fire that should have roared, but instead flickered uncertainly, casting weak, dancing shadows across the smithy walls. Aldrich spun around, hammer raised defensively before his eyes registered the wizard's appearance. "Who are you to speak of my forge?" he demanded, though there was a hint of fear beneath his gruff exterior. "I am Gandalf," the wizard replied simply. "And your flame is no ordinary fire, Master Smith. It is bound to something far greater than this forge." Aldrich's expression shifted from suspicion to guarded curiosity. "My family has tended this flame for generations," he admitted. "It has never wavered." Until 3 moons passed, Gandalf moved closer to the forge, passing his hand through the flames without harm. The fire curled around his fingers like a living creature seeking comfort. "This is dragon fire," he murmured, "or rather, a fragment of it. Tell me, has anything unusual occurred along the wall recently?" As the night deepened, Aldrich revealed what the elders of Emberhold had long kept secret, that the magical flame of his forge was said to be connected to the heart of the last ancient dragon, whose power sustained the great wall of fire. For generations, the Smith's family had been tasked with keeping the flame alive, an unwitting anchor for the barrier that separated the two races. "The wall keeps the peace," Aldrich insisted. "If the legends are true, and my forge's flame is failing because the dragon weakens, then all of Dracoria is in peril." Gandalf's eyes glinted in the firelight. "Or perhaps it is time for the wall to fall," he said softly. "Walls seldom bring true peace, Master Smith. They merely postpone the reckoning." Before dawn broke the next day, Gandalf and Aldrich did what no human had dared in 1,000 years. They crossed the great wall of fire. With ancient words of power, Gandalf created a temporary passage through the magical flames, leading them into the forbidden territory of the draconids. The landscape beyond the wall was startlingly beautiful. Crystal formations erupted from the earth like frozen fountains, reflecting the sunlight in kaleidoscopic patterns across the rocky terrain. Here, twisted trees bore fruit of glittering gemstones, and the very air seemed to shimmer with latent magic. It was amidst this otherworldly beauty that they encountered Seraphina, a draconid priestess with scaled skin that gleamed like burnished copper and eyes of molten gold. She had been waiting for them, or so she claimed, her clawed hands clutching an ancient scroll. "The Fireheart dragon stirs in his slumber," she told them, her voice melodious yet filled with urgency. "I have watched him fade as his life force diminishes." The sacred texts speak of this time when the forge flame falters and the wall weakens. Gandalf unfurled the scroll she offered, his eyes widening as he translated the ancient script. "This is not a record of war," he breathed. It is a peace accord, a covenant between draconids and humans. The wall was never meant to be permanent. What? Eldric's face paled. But our histories speak of the Great War, of the draconid betrayal that necessitated the wall's creation. Seraphina's eyes flashed. Just as our legends tell of human treachery and the slaughter of our nestlings, she countered. Both sides hold fragments of truth distorted by a millennium of separation. Gandalf's voice cut through their brewing argument. The truth lies with the dragon, he declared. The Fireheart dragon is not the last of his kind. He is the physical manifestation of the covenant between your peoples. And now, something or someone seeks to destroy that bond forever. The trio journey deeper into draconid territory, following Seraphina's lead to the crystal caverns where the ancient dragon slumbered. Along the way, they uncovered more truths that the original leaders of both races had created a powerful artifact called the Stone of Destiny, which had been shattered into 7 fragments and scattered across Dracoria to prevent either side from unilaterally breaking the covenant. The stone was meant to be reunited when both sides were ready for peace, Gandalf explained as they traversed a narrow mountain path overlooking a valley of luminescent flowers. But someone has been systematically hunting its fragments, not to restore peace, but to ensure the covenant can never be renewed. Their journey was fraught with danger. Twice, they narrowly escaped patrols of draconid warriors who would have executed Aldrich on sight. Once, they were forced to hide from human soldiers led by Commander Vexus, a man known for his ruthless hatred of draconids. And constantly, they were shadowed by hooded figures that seemed neither human nor draconid, agents of the mysterious force seeking to destroy the Covenant forever. When they finally reached the Crystal Caverns, the sight that greeted them was both magnificent and heartbreaking. The Fireheart dragon lay sprawled across a bed of glittering crystals, his once mighty form now diminished, scales dulled from radiant crimson to the color of faded rust. Yet even in his weakened state, he was majestic, larger than 10 houses placed end to end, with ancient wisdom reflected in his half-lidded eyes. Mithrandir, the dragon rumbled, using Gandalf's elvish name. I have waited for your coming. As the dragon recounted the true history of Dracoria, a shadow fell across the cavern entrance. Commander Vexus stood there, flanked by both human soldiers and draconid warriors, an unlikely alliance that immediately set Gandalf on edge. The old lizard still lives, Vexus spat. Good. I would not have him die before witnessing the destruction of everything he sought to protect. What is this madness? Eldric demanded. Humans and draconids working together to ensure continued conflict? It was then that Vexus's form seemed to waver, like heat rising from summer stones. His face shifted, revealing features that were neither human nor draconid, but something altogether different, angular and cruel, with eyes like pools of liquid shadow. I am Malrazar, the creature announced, servant of the Dark Lord who ruled before your pitiful races ever crawled from the mud. For too long, my master has been forgotten, banished from memory by your precious covenant. With the dragon's death and the wall's fall, Dracoria will descend into such chaos and bloodshed that my master's return will finally be assured. Gandalf raised his staff, power crackling around its tip. You'll not succeed, he declared. The covenant may be weakened, but it is not broken. What followed was a battle that would later be sung of in both human and draconid settlements. Gandalf faced Malrazar with ancient magic, while Aldrich and Seraphina fought side by side against the enthralled soldiers. The Fireheart dragon, rousing himself with tremendous effort, breathed a last surge of magical flame that shattered the control Malrazar held over his puppets. In the aftermath, as soldiers from both sides looked around in confusion, Gandalf turned to the dying dragon. There is still hope, he insisted. The stone of destiny, yes, the dragon agreed weakly. The seventh fragment. I have kept it safe within my heart, waiting for worthy bearers from both races. His scaled chest began to glow from within, and with a wrenching motion, a crystalline shard emerged from between his scales, hovering in the air before them. This fragment will lead you to the others, but only if human and draconid work together. Aldrich stepped forward hesitantly, meeting Seraphina's eyes. Together, they reached for the glowing shard, their hands touching as they grasped it. A pulse of light emanated from the fragment, spreading outward in a wave that momentarily illuminated other points across the landscape of Dracoria at the locations of the remaining pieces. The Fireheart dragon's eyes began to close. When all 7 fragments are reunited, you will have a choice to rebuild the wall differently, or to forge a new beginning, his ancient gaze fixed on Gandalf. Guide them, Mithrandir, as you have guided so many others, as the dragon's form began to dissolve into motes of light that drifted upward like embers from a dying fire. Gandalf placed a hand on both Aldrich's and Seraphina's shoulders. The path ahead will not be easy, he warned them. Generations of mistrust cannot be undone in a day, but you are not alone in this quest. And perhaps, by the time you reunite the Stone of Destiny, both humans and draconids will be ready to forge a new covenant, one built not on separation, but on the strength found in unity. The great wall of fire still burned across Dracoria. But now, for the first time in a millennium, creatures on both sides looked upon it not as protection, but as a barrier to a future that might yet be reclaimed. And in the village of Emberhold, the forge flame burned a little brighter, kindled by something stronger than dragon fire hope. Gandalf watched as Aldrich and Seraphina set out on their quest for the remaining fragments, the unlikely pair already arguing about which direction to take first. The wizard smiled beneath his gray beard, leaning on his staff as he contemplated his next steps. There were shadows still lurking in Dracoria, servants of forgotten darkness that would need to be confronted. But for now, a beginning had been made. And beginnings, Gandalf knew from countless lifetimes of experience, were powerful things indeed. Story 6. The night sky above the Tower of Ethereal Wisdom had always been a tapestry of resplendent light, a celestial canvas upon which the greatest secrets of creation were written. For centuries, Gandalf had come to this ancient spire to consult the heavens, reading destinies and forgotten lore in the patterns of starlight. But tonight, as his weathered hands gripped the cold stone of the observatory balcony, an unfamiliar darkness greeted him. "They are vanishing," he whispered, his voice carrying the weight of worlds. One by one, the eternal lights dim where the brilliant blue star of Arendelle had shone for millennia. There was now only emptiness, a void that seemed to drink in the surrounding light. It was the third star to disappear this month, each absence creating a wound in the firmament that made the wizard's heart heavy with foreboding. Gandalf's long silver beard fluttered in the night breeze as he closed his eyes, reaching out with senses beyond mortal ken. The Tower of Ethereal Wisdom was one of the few places in Middle-earth where the veil between realms grew thin, where cosmic powers could be touched by those with the wisdom to do so. "Speak to me," he murmured to the stars. "Tell me what shadow threatens your light." The response came not as words, but as a sudden rush of celestial energy that illuminated the chamber with silver-blue radiance. The air before him shimmered and parted like gossamer curtains, revealing a passageway of pure starlight. At its end stood figures of impossible majesty, beings of luminous essence, whose forms seemed to shift between humanoid silhouettes and geometric patterns of light too complex for mortal minds to comprehend. Olrin, they addressed him by his most ancient name, their voices resonating directly within his mind. "The conclave of stars summons you." Without hesitation, Gandalf stepped into the pathway. The observatory, the tower, and indeed all of Middle-earth fell away as he traversed the bridge between realms. Time stretched and compressed around him until he stood in a vast amphitheater crafted from what appeared to be crystallized starlight. Above, below, and all around stretched the cosmos itself, galaxies spinning in slow, hypnotic patterns. 7 entities occupied the amphitheater, each radiating power that made even Gandalf himself, a Maya spirit clothed in mortal form, feel humbled. These were the star sovereigns, cosmic entities who had guided the heavenly bodies since the first song of creation. The balance falters, spoke Celestrian, eldest of the sovereigns, his form a cascade of diamond bright points of light arranged in the shape of an ancient king. The destiny star has fallen from its celestial path. It wanders now corrupted, consuming its brethren, a living star? Gandalf inquired, his bushy eyebrows rising in surprise. All stars live, Time Walker, replied Astria, whose form resembled a woman woven from threads of golden light. But the destiny star is different. It is the physical manifestation of the balance between order and chaos, light and darkness. It charts the course of all possible futures, the third sovereign, Noctum, whose body appeared as a swirling nebula of deepest blue, moved forward. The star has been tainted by an ancient darkness. It now devours other celestial bodies, growing in power with each consumption. If it continues unchecked, the cosmic order will unravel. Gandalf's mind reeled at the implications. And you would have me find this star? I am but one wizard, powerful in the reckoning of Middle-earth perhaps, but surely insignificant against such a force. You underestimate yourself, as always, said Astria with what might have been affection. You are one of the few beings who can traverse the boundaries between the mundane and divine. Moreover, your nature part celestial, part earthbound makes you uniquely suited to approach the corrupted star without being immediately consumed. We will grant you a fraction of our power, added Celestrian, extending a hand from which flowed streams of liquid starlight. Enough to navigate the ethereal realms and confront the destiny star, but you will not journey alone, Noctum interjected, gesturing to a shadowed alcove of the amphitheater. From the darkness emerged a woman with skin the color of midnight and hair like a cascade of silver starlight. Her eyes held the depth of millennium, yet there was a wound in her aura, a fractured quality to her light. This is Eltureel, once a high priestess of the stars, explained Astria. She fell from grace when she attempted rituals beyond her station, seeking to commune directly with the destiny star. I sought only understanding. Eltureel's voice was melodious yet carried an edge of defiance. I did not know the star had already begun to turn. Nevertheless, she knows more about the destiny star than any mortal being, Celestrian continued. She will be your guide through the realms between worlds. Gandalf studied the fallen priestess carefully. There was pain in her eyes, but also determination and something else he couldn't quite place. Together, you must find the corrupted star and restore it to its rightful path, Noctum concluded. The future of all realms depends upon your success. The ethereal realms between worlds defied description. Islands of reality floated in seas of potentiality, connected by bridges that existed only when believed in. Forests of crystal trees grew upside down beneath floating mountains, while rivers of liquid thought flowed between them, carrying the dreams and fears of 1,000 worlds. This place responds to consciousness, Eltureel explained as she led Gandalf across a path that materialized beneath their feet with each step. Reality here is malleable, shaped by expectation and desire. Gandalf, now clothed in robes that seemed woven from the very fabric of twilight, nodded gravely. He could feel the power granted by the star sovereigns coursing through him, transforming his staff into a rod of pure celestial energy. that illuminated their path. "Then we must guard our thoughts carefully," he replied, watching as a passing fear manifested briefly as a shadow creature before he banished it with a thought. "Tell me more about the Destiny Star. How did it fall from grace?" Elturel's expression grew troubled. "The Conclave did not tell you everything. The Destiny Star doesn't merely chart possible futures, it weaves them. It is the loom upon which fate itself is crafted." They paused at the edge of a vast chasm, across which they could see a landscape of shattered reality fragments of worlds that had once been whole, now drifting apart like cosmic flotsam. "The destruction has already begun," Elturel whispered. The star's corruption spreads. With a gesture from his star rod, Gandalf summoned a bridge of solid light that arched across the void. As they crossed, he considered her words. "You speak as one with intimate knowledge of the star," he observed. "More than a priestess would typically possess." Elturel's step faltered momentarily. "I told you I sought understanding. What I didn't say was how close I came to achieving it." She turned to face him, her eyes reflecting galaxies. "I touched the star's consciousness, Gandalf. For one brief moment, I was one with it, and I glimpsed the truth, which is, the Destiny Star isn't corrupted by some external force. It's evolving, changing purposefully." Gandalf's bushy eyebrows drew together. "Changing into what?" Before she could answer, the very fabric of the ethereal realm shuddered around them. In the distance, a great darkness bloomed, not the absence of light, but a negative radiance that seemed to pull all energy toward it. "It's here," Elturel gasped. "The Destiny Star approaches." The entity that manifested before them bore little resemblance to a traditional star. It was a swirling vortex of darkness shot through with veins of brilliant light, its surface churning with symbols from languages long forgotten. At its center pulsed a core of such intense energy that Gandalf could scarcely look upon it. "Stay behind me," the wizard commanded, raising his star rod defensively. But Elturel moved forward instead, her arms outstretched. "Great One," she called to the cosmic entity. "We have come as you foresaw." Gandalf's eyes widened in shock. "What are you doing?" The fallen priestess turned back to him, her expression both sorrowful and resolute. "Playing my part in the great design. As are you." The Destiny Star pulsed, and suddenly Gandalf's mind was flooded with visions the star sovereigns in heated debate. A plan formed in secret, Elturel's disgrace orchestrated rather than earned. And at the center of it all, a cosmic truth so profound it staggered him. "The Conclave is deliberately feeding the corruption," he whispered as understanding dawned. "They seek to remake the cosmic order, not all of them," Elturel corrected. "Some wish to preserve the old ways at any cost. Others recognize that evolution is necessary. The Conclave is divided, and they have made us their pawns in this celestial game." The Destiny Star expanded, enveloping them in its strange radiance. Within its embrace, Gandalf could see the entirety of creation, every possibility, every potential future branching outward in infinite complexity. "The star is not meant to be restored to what it was," Elturel explained, her voice echoing strangely within the cosmic entity's embrace. "It seeks a new path beyond the binary of light and darkness. It wishes to transcend the old order." Gandalf felt the truth of her words resonate within him. The star's consciousness touched his own, and he understood at last. The disappearing stars weren't being destroyed, they were being transformed, incorporated into a new cosmic paradigm that transcended the limitations of the old. "The Conclave sent me to stop this," he said slowly. "To preserve their power, yes," Elturel confirmed. "But they also chose you because, deep down, they know you have always been a catalyst for change." Even when you served the old powers, you did so in your own way. The wizard stood in silent contemplation, the fate of countless realms hanging in the balance of his decision. Finally, he raised his star rod not in defiance, but in salute. "Then my true task is not to restore, but to guide," he declared. "Not to fight against evolution, but to ensure it occurs without destroying what deserves preservation." The Destinies star pulsed with what felt like approval. Its swirling patterns shifted, and for a moment, Gandalf glimpsed a new cosmic order, one of greater complexity and possibility, where the stark divisions between light and dark, order and chaos, dissolved into a more nuanced harmony. "It will not be easy," Elturel warned. "The Conclave will consider this betrayal." Gandalf's eyes twinkled with a familiar mixture of wisdom and mischief. "I have reinterpreted my orders before," he said with a slight smile. "Besides, I serve a higher purpose than any single power. I serve the balance itself." Together, wizard and priestess stepped forward into the heart of the transforming star, becoming guides for its evolution, rather than its adversaries. And in the night skies of countless worlds, including Middle-earth, watchers would observe not the destruction of stars, but their glorious reimagining, a new constellation taking shape, writing a fresh chapter in the eternal story of creation.